All right, I've got more focus today. Had a good sleep. Had to think about some hard things as I slept. All right. Everybody loves my music. Oh, speaking of music, let's make sure the soundboard works too. All right, soundboard works. Okay, cool. Boom, boom. Oh, the music's not coming through. Wait, is the music not in the preview? Boom, boom. There we go. We'll just throw that over there for a moment. Terrible place to put it. That's where we're going to put it. All right, here we go. Boom. All right, I got that one done. Go put this over in the live streams. Oh no! I sneezed! It was a big one. Oh. Alrighty. Today I got to be more practical. Last night I was letting the tiredness get to me. Well, the last couple days, the last couple times I've streamed, I wasn't enough into it, let's say. Oh no. Okay. We ready to go? We ready to go. Okay, so, all right, let me explain where I'm at and what I believe needs to be done. So, the CLI, the boilerplate there, that's good. We added another option for config, I think. Yeah. We can read from a config file. I was going back and forth over different ways of handling resource contention, multi-threaded, multi-core resource contention, and didn't come to a good solution. I was actually reading a little bit about it on the can this morning, and still just, it seems like it's use case specific. So until I need to know that the contention needs to be there, but until I actually know what the contention looks like, then I need to not worry about it, other than that I might replace a sync map with a mutex or something like that. There are some specific cases where after a certain number of cores, performance improves or decreases or whatever. For what we're doing here, I think that it's pretty reasonable to expect there to be hundreds of requests per second. I don't know that we're in thousands of requests per second yet, but it's not too far off. So it is something that's a realistic concern to me, I think. But yeah, I'll have to cross that bridge when I get there and I can do some performance testing and benchmarks and real world scenarios. We do have to figure out the TLS thing, and I think I'm going to go with Cert Magic for now because I think I am. And I don't want to build out all of the stuff that I'd have to build out to do this in another way. I kind of would like this to be its own program. I don't know. I mean, maybe I could just use acme.sh or good old Greenlock. I'm the author of Greenlock. That was at one point the most popular library for Node, but I didn't figure out how to monetize it, and I started using Caddy for more and more. And just in general, Node's actually a really good tool for certificate management, but it's not a good tool for a server. It's a good tool for APIs, but not a good tool for a server. So I don't know if I'm going to resurrect Greenlock or not. It's kind of past its point of fame. At one point, it got, I think it got I mean, we could go see. I don't want to check right now, actually, but it has had millions of downloads, npm installs or whatever. Okay, so things I was thinking about. So let's go back to the code. One thing I'm feeling pretty confident in is that the points of concern that we need to have are actually going to be that domains are likely to be grouped together to where they point to. That's not unreasonable. The question is, do we duplicate the list of targets? Do we create a target group where we say, here we, like, let's say we did this, right? Let's say we had domains, and then we did this, and then we had targets, and or target groups, let's say. We got to think, what are the common cases? The common cases are that you're going to have a few targets. The common case is that we're actually not going to recycle targets between domains. So that's a candidate for duplication. Another thing is that I think we ought to specify the ALPN. Because of the use case that I need this for, I need to be able to specify the TLS termination at the target level. So I guess the thing is this: we have to consider the mode in which the change occurs. Is that snail taking the biggest dump ever? I think it is. I got my little mini aquarium here on the desk. You can't see it. It's I think it might be a gallon, like 4 liters ish. It's at least 2 liters. I think it might be more. It's hard to tell with glass because the walls are thicker. But that, yeah, I think I think it might be 2 liters. I don't think it's a gallon. Anyway. Yeah, glass just looks different. It looks bigger than I think it actually is, because the thickness of the glass makes it look... Anyway, that's not important to this discussion anyway. All right, so... yeah. So I got to think about the actual use case that I want to support and model the config after that. And the use case that I want to support is the domain. And then I think for the targets, the ALPN is not really what's important. I think if we want to change ALPN, we should change targets. So, for example, I don't think that this group is poorly defined here. There's no reason for Postgres to be in with these. So I'm just trying to think in JavaScript how to make the ALPNs a key. I guess we could just do the linting for this. Okay, let's see what this might change into here. But at that point, I don't know. I mean, I think it's very likely for multiple domains to be handled by a single target. I also think it's fine to duplicate that. That doesn't matter either way, whether we duplicate or whether we streamline, doesn't matter. There is an optimization that we can do where when we add new config, it's distinctly different from changing config. So that's a real thing, because you could have 2 copies of a slice and you can append to the slice and you can end up with a different slice, but an append operation is concurrency safe, I believe. Meaning sorry, I got... Okay, let's explore this for a second. What's really common? I don't know. Do I want to have target groups? I think less indirection is better in general. Oh. Let me think about what I'm actually doing. So I have a lot of domains where most of them are just one. Most of them are just one domain at a time. No, that's not true actually. Because almost everything I access it both by a dev domain and a prod domain. But I do think the domain is at the top level. And then I think there's ALPNs. And I almost want to make this a string key. Like the string key is like this. So we have, well, yeah. Let me, if I could, I'm going to draw it out this way. I don't think I like it because I don't think that it's idiomatic for the way that people use JSON. But let's put it out here for a second. We're going to have, okay, I'm just playing around. We're looking at the config. Okay. Why didn't that work? Why has it got an unexpected comma somewhere? There we go. Okay. So this is what this is looking like. All right, here's what I don't like about this. It's implicit that this is a domain, which that one's pretty easy to tell. It's implicit that this is ALPN. That's something that I don't know that a ton of people are really familiar with. Okay, the thing that I don't like about this, let's see. Okay, I'll move Postgres here. This is something I'm just going to have to get feedback from other people on to know what's right. It's the only way to know. But okay, my thing is that I want to, so okay. This is the real use case. Let me actually document this. Let me document this as part of the rationale. Okay, let's go back all the way over here. I don't need to look at unfurl right now. But let's look at issues. All right, let's just do a blank issue, big picture stuff. Okay, we need to migrate from Caddy L4 to our own custom fit solution because we've hit a limit of the module past which we can't reliably add more config. This seems silly, but this is like there's no way that should be true, right? Like that shouldn't be possibly true. We've got only a few hundred entries, but I think it has something to do with the way that L4 is shimmed. So my guess, I don't know. I don't know what to guess. I don't know what to guess because Matt is a smart guy. I do weird stuff. So sometimes I come into problems that other people don't come into. That's also possible. But I don't think that there's any resources to get support for this because it's an experimental module where I knew from the start that we probably shouldn't. That we're going to need to have our own. I knew from the start that most likely we're going to need our own. I wanted to try it out. It hasn't worked out as well as I would have liked for a variety of reasons. The main one overall being that the Caddy just isn't designed for an API. The API was retrofitted. But the next, but the L4 module itself, the plugin, is an experimental plugin, and I don't know. I don't want to say probably, possibly. Okay, so we need to migrate from CADL4 to our own custom fit module solution because we hit a limit of the module, blah, blah, blah. We want simpler config. Okay. Our use case. Multiple domains share a target config. Well, our main use case is we want to be able to gracefully rotate between targets. Multiple domains share target config. We may change the TLS termination strategy live. Let's try this actually. So we might have mixed targets. And I kind of want to consider SSH to be separate because SSH is one okay. So we may want, right now, we use SSH over TLS. We may want to I got to reconsider that. Okay, I'm just going to create this issue. What? This is issue number 2. I wanted it to be issue number 1. Ah! Okay. And let's say without downtime. Okay, so that's kind of where my head's at. So now let's look at this config and let's consider. And we might want to consider this from the perspective of a TLS config as well. In which case, let's see. All right, so SSH TLS. Maybe. So wait, no. This is not right. Because we're never going to round robin SSH. And SSH has to go to a specific domain. So let's say that it was like this, like srv1.example.com or something like that. Would it make sense to put that there? Or how does that make the most sense to do? That really does seem connected to the target. The SSH TLS is kind of its own thing. And it's target specific. I almost think that maybe this belongs in a different location, because the domain name that we're going to use for SSH is probably going to be pretty standardized. So I think that maybe that doesn't belong here, because there's certainly the possibility that we don't have access to some of these at all. They're just they're exec only, essentially. So let's reconsider that. And we've got a system where I'd prefer to use the internal resolution rather than the address. And just have a resolution in the conf if necessary. Let's see. Yeah, I think. Okay, let's play this out again. Okay, let's say that there's a hosts here. And then let's say that this is a So what would we call this then? Domains? All right, now I need Jeopardy because I need to know the name of a thing. Where's my Grok Jeopardy? Grok Jeopardy, where are you? There you are, Grok Jeopardy. Okay, in my config, there are domains to be matched on, and then what should I name these? What are some good options? This is where the Jeopardies shine. All right. Oh, route key. I kind of like the idea of matches. Selectors. Target backend. There we go. Okay, how about this? How about let's try this. Let's try hosts. Or maybe let's go with matches for now. So we got matches. We got backends. And then we have host names. And so host names, if we have a host name, then we don't have to do the DNS lookup. So kind of like the idea of host, but I think host names is better. I don't know. I'm not 100% on this one. All right, for example, just as an example, localhost, right? Well, host name overrides. Let's see. Something like that. Okay. All right, and I should look at our caddy config to kind of help with this. I kind of want to qualify this as TLS matches because the purpose of these matchers is to predominantly be TLS. So what we would want in here then is we're gonna remake the rules again. But what we'd want is to have domains. It looks like this. Or host names or something like that. Well, these are specifically domains. They're meant to be domains. They're meant to be world accessible. And then we have ALPNs. And then we've got backends. Okay. All right, so the problem becomes, what if we do this? Let's say we've got some backends that only support HTTP 01. Like, let's say that this is how we did it. Okay, how does that feel? I would like the option Okay. I don't know if I want the option for the HTTP to be able to go through or not. But maybe that's maybe that's kind of a different config. So what if I were to say here, so this one terminates TLS. So what if I were to say HTTP true? That would mean that every backend, well, if it's HTTP true, then there's only one backend should be able to handle. No, because we could have multiple backends, the same database, something or other. We have listeners on different ports. Let's see what I need to do for this. Because I'd like to have the option to say you could allow unencrypted traffic here, in which case it's not TLS matches, it's just matches. But I kind of want this is a TLS router, so we're not going to do HTTP here. If we need to do HTTP, it's a different stack. Although I kind of... Let's see. HTTP. Do I want to deal with HTTP here? Eventually, I think I do. But I think that's something that we can add later. I don't think that's a decision that we have to make now to have a good config layout, but I could be wrong. Anyway. And I do want the ability to support an anything. And the reason for that is that people, it's kind of a privacy thing. You might come up with something that means something to you. Like you could use ALPN's off label, let's say. But this is only going to work with either well-known labels or with anythings. But the anythings are only going to match if they don't match something else. So if we find something that matches H2... All right, let's try this. Okay. And then maybe host name overrides shouldn't be done here because there's already a mechanism for that in the system. I don't know. And with this approach, we don't really have a need to do backends as a separate thing, because now the only thing that the backend is storing as additional information is the port and whether or not it terminates TLS. So let's go take a look at that config again. All right, target config. Do we want to connect TLS? Do we want to allow insecure TLS? We want to connect over with a different SNI. Internally, I don't know if we can actually do that. I think that only makes sense. Okay, in order for connect TLS to be true, terminate TLS must be true. I guess that's not exclusively true, because we could wrap in TLS. We could wrap TLS in TLS, that's valid. But that should at least be a warn, maybe? Okay. I like the new config structure better, I think. So we're going to have a match. It's going to have... Okay, I'm just going to give it... All right, I'm just going to say I've changed my config structure. This is what it did look like. Here's an example of the new config as JSON. Update the Go structs accordingly. All right, so we're just going to redo the mapping on the config. I feel pretty good about this though. So I think it's the right way to go. All right, so hopefully it spits this out without giving me a mountain of explanation. That's one of the things I really don't like about as they're introducing more thinking and reasoning to these models. They just want to talk and talk and talk and talk. All right. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I don't want to call it resolution. Wait, I don't think I said that. No, we don't do that actually. Host name overrides. Okay. We don't put ALPNs here anymore. We keep terminate connect is active. Interesting. I kind of want to put that in a different data structure because it's going to be potentially more contentious. Okay, the main thing I'm concerned about is if we can find an active host, because we're going to go through the ALPNs in server preference order. And we're going to try to find ones that match. But this doesn't work that way. This doesn't actually have a server preference order. Okay, let me look at the config again. So ALPNs are in this order. So we do need to find a match between a domain and an ALPN. So first we find a match between the domain, and then from there okay, I think the backends are going to have an ALPN config as well. Because we're going to, for easy indexing, I want to look up by domain and ALPN. But we're going to prefer the server order. I guess the question is that it's the issue of the forced downgrade. Because, okay, the client can just say, hey, let's see. Let's see what issues we might face here. First of all, let me get rid of some of this because there's just too much stuff here. Okay. Let's get rid of that one. We're just going to get rid of these for a little bit. All right. I don't think there's such thing as an ALPN downgrade attack. So I think we kind of ought to respect what the client wants, because that just simplifies things. And why would a client want to downgrade? Okay, what was that saying? Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so request smuggling. Let's learn about request smuggling. I don't know. I don't know if this is actually going to be relevant. So this is the latest one. Okay. All right. So basically, let's see. All right, post, comment, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I forgot the new lines there. Okay, I still don't understand what the actual problem is. Okay. Transfer encoding. Okay, front end, back end. Okay, smuggle the request. Okay, I don't quite understand. Oh. Okay, I kind of get it. I kind of get it. I don't know about Cloudflare D. I actually am not familiar with that. But what's up, the Neverworld? Once we have detected the vulnerability, we can attempt to smuggle a request prefix. Okay, so I think I kind of get it. I think what we're saying here is that this front end... Well, I'm actually not sure. Who's the attacker in this situation? Because I think what they're saying is that you could post to this endpoint have the transfer encoding be chunked, and then get past its routing. So it's saying, oh, you wanted to route to the 404 page. Okay, anyone's allowed to go to the 404 page, so we'll send you to the 404 page. And the proxy is then rewriting those headers to HTTP1, but because it isn't stripping transfer encoding chunked, the person who's doing the request is just sending the next HTTP request in line, which, if there was no need to respond to this, I guess that works. I mean, I'm not entirely clear. I mean, this would return an error, but are we trying to trick it into not returning anything or something? I don't know. Or we're saying that it's going to encapsulate the body in chunked encoding, and so the 0 is actually going to be part of the data? So I guess what this could work for is, let's say that you had HTTP basic here, but I just don't, it seems like, I don't know. I'd like to know in what practical case this applies, because it seems like you just have junk data. You'd have to have a vulnerable back end and front end. But I mean, are they specifically saying something is vulnerable to it? Okay. All right, I just don't understand. Like, what is actually vulnerable to this? That's what I want to know. Like, give me some specific software that's vulnerable to this, because it seems like it would require. All right. Response queue poisoning. I understand how to perform it. Okay. Hi. What's new? I'm just working on this TLS router. something that I have been wanting to work on for a few years. And I had worked on in the past with the Go version of Telebit, but I don't want that same... I don't want to use it that way in this. And also, the Cert Magic module's been updated a lot. I really don't like how Cert Magic is still being updated, but... what do you do? Maybe we could somehow find a way to throw more money at the problem so it could get to a V1. Okay. Alright, do we have any CVEs? All right. And this is something, again, search is utterly broken these days because content is crap and search got too big and they can't actually use search terms anymore, so it's all statistical analysis anyway. All right, let's ask Jippity. I think the Jippity is better in general conversation, but Grok is better for code right now. And I like Quinn too. Quinn is also good for code. Let's see. By the way, all of the LLMs get worse when the context window gets too big. I probably need to just restart this conversation because I've asked it too many questions. Well, let's see. Okay, so none of the major web servers. Nice. Okay, so none of that affects us at this stage. Ooh, that looks fun. Stealing session cookies. Tell me more. I'm just not clear. What? Oh, okay. I don't know. All right, we're gonna move on from that. That's not gonna. That's not much neither here nor there. Okay, so back in this one. This backend only supports HTTP 1.1. This backend supports both H2 and HTTP 1.1 and everything. So what we want to do is construct what we prefer, which I think in this case, we're also going to put it in we're going to have this be a preference order. Okay, we're going to get rid of the terminology of targets. And I think the default, if ALPN is not specified, is just going to be HTTP 1.1. And then what was I going to do here? All right. All right, so I'm not 100% on this. And the reason is well, I don't know. I guess this is fine. Okay, so let's go back to our TLS router.go, and we're going to go back to the lint config. All right, let's see here. All right. Ah. All right, what don't I like about this? ALPNs may go to different ports. So this would be let me go back into here. Terminate TLS. All right, so we put terminate TLS at the back end level. We could also put it here, but I really don't want to. For now, we're just going to keep the config as simple as possible. As flat and as simple as possible. So for these domains with these ALPNs, add these backends to the list, and then we're going to put what are common ALPNs? Obviously H2, H3, HTTP 1.1. Well, let's see if we can get the top 10. See. XMPP, MQTT. All right. Huh. Cool, cool. All right. No, we're not CHTTP 1.0, are we? .9, baby. Everybody remember the good old days with HTTP 0.9? Remember rocking 0.9? I don't. Do you know what's really cool? Postgres, baby! Woo! They made it! What? SMB? I didn't realize you could have SMB over TLS. That's awesome. Yeah, I gotta learn me some MQTT. There's some additional work I could pick up, I think, in that. Oh, maybe I could call it ALPN router. How is this a replacement? Oops. Okay, all right. Wait, was it not in here? CSV, baby. All right, is that macOS numbers opening up for me? Oh, what a terrible table. Okay, I guess it's not that bad. Because it's got the byte sequences. Interesting. It's interesting that they reserve anything that ends in A. I wonder why that is. Okay. So what is this one? Extension values? Interesting. I got some sneezes coming. Not sure why, but they're coming. Okay. Examples CSV. Example JSON. Whoops. Do they all have... What's on this? Okay. Whoa, no, don't do that, don't do that! Come on, man! Alright, there we are. Alright, let's see here. Hopefully you all liked my uppity voice there. I liked it. It was great. Okay. Six, 8, set. Okay, we should be able to. 74, 74, 70, 2F, 30, 2E. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. Reference. RFC 1945. Name. When a is empty is present, it should sanity check that the warning if the name doesn't match the bytes. There we go. Oh, but let's actually use the real bytes in here too. All right. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops. Too much. All right, one shot it for me, baby. Okay, this did not do what I was hoping for. Okay, let's try this again. We're gonna Is AI worth it? I don't know. Let's see, how many fields is this actually? It is 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Okay, what was this thing called? All right, let's see here. All right, so what was the protocol here? Check that byte and string value match. Okay. Okay, now with the time I've spent on this, I could just about do it myself. Well, not really, because that's a lot of boilerplate to type out. So. Okay, I did a better job this time, I think. It's got a lot of complexity to it. I don't think there's that much complexity to this, is there? Maybe there is. I was just looking at indentation when I said there's a lot of complexity. Okay. No, I'm just curious. This isn't really necessary, I just wanted to do it. Silly thing. It's pretty cool that it is valid. Alright, so protocol, reserved, name, bytes, reference. Okay, that's all good. That's good. Alright, that's what we call useless abstraction, so we're going to get rid of that one. Our file path. I could just consolidate this into errors. Alright, let's go rid of that one. Whoops. Okay, there we go. So is cache valid? So we can check the cache path. And there we go. I use cache. All right. All right. I'm in the weeds. I'm in the weeds. I'm just doing it because it's fun. I'm not making progress on the project. But it's okay for right now. Don't tell my friends. Okay, so. Okay, creating cache dir, blah, 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 blah. All right, let's see. Weird. Weird, weird. Alright, this from cache is nonsensical. Oh, I see what it's doing here. Actually, that was part of my requirement, wasn't it? Let's use our cache path. All right, reader. There, not equal nil. Okay. All right, what have I done? Let's getting data. Records, read all. Ah, here we go. This should be the cache. All right. If error not equals nil, then we're gonna return. Why we're doing this, I don't know. This is just a pleasure project at this point. This part of it. So I don't know about this use cache. I don't know about this CSV data bit. Okay, so now that's all good. CSV data, let's call it instead CSV bytes. We're just going to resave the cache anyway. Save to cache. All right, save to cache. All right, here we go. Wait, why is the new reader a string? Okay, is this actually working now? All right, let's try go run on this. What's up, Terrace? Boom, hey, it worked. And the next time it should be instantaneous. Okay, it didn't work. Okay, this doesn't quite work right for a couple of reasons. One, let's see. Parse identification sequence. Okay, hold on. Let me solve this one first. So error reading from cache. Hold on. Overworked a bit, yeah? Okay. I was getting there. That I'm working on a personal project for probably most of the day today because of that. Just getting the overworked out. Okay. Let's see. Let's see, update the cache. Is cache valid? Download CSV. Error is not nil. Okay, let's see here. All right, so we are cache is expired, downloading. Okay, so we're going to download, but if we have an error downloading, okay, let's see here. What's up, Honene?
Some jackfruit.
Uh-oh, jackfruit. I don't know what that means. Interesting. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do you want some more?
Sure.
Okay, I'll bring it.
All right.
Some pistachios?
No, thanks. I have some in here. Okay. Let's see. Did a 30-minute talk about my tool to my team. Cool. End of month, I will do a company-wide presentation. Wow. That's neat. Maybe I'll get 10 active users. What is your tool? Tell me more. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Okay, is cache valid? So if the cache is not valid, then we want to download. If we can't download, then we want to read the cache file. If we can't read the cache file, then we have to quit. Regardless, if we can't update the cache, okay, so basically this is what I want to do. I want to say, we're always, whenever we check if the cache is, whenever the cache is not valid, we're going to do our best to update and then we're going to resave. And the reason for this is that we don't want to just, we'll just wait until the next time the cache is stale again and before we update again. Okay, great. So that's all good. Here we go. Oh, a whole bowl. So jackfruit, what is it?
It's just like dried banana chips. It's just dried jackfruit. Jackfruit is what it's called.
Never heard of it.
It's more popular among African Americans. Like they use it in different dishes and stuff.
Do you mean Africans?
African Americans?
I've never met a black guy in America told me anything about jackfruit.
You don't ask personal questions.
That's true. I never assume someone's race. If they're black, they're black. I don't want to assume they're African. And if they're American, they're American. They don't matter what color they are. Oh. Stacks. Okay, I kind of remember this. Send me the link again. All right. You know, Terrace, one day when we're, you know, friends in person and we just hang out on the weekends, I will remember the names of your projects, okay? But it's hard for me to like I remember your username, but I don't remember that much else, especially when it's a long time. Anyway, tastes like feet. Yeah, okay. Oh. All right, try learning Python. New to coding, okay. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go with it? Stacks forget. All right, fine, I'll search it. I remembered the name. I didn't remember what it was before, but now I think I do remember. It's like, uh-oh. Okay. Okay, yeah, I remember this. I remember this now. That needs to be get switch dash C, not get checkout dash B. Where are we in the 1900s? Come on, man. You gotta get with the times, bro. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I do like that. Okay, I think I remember us having this conversation now. I remember looking at this. It looks like it is a little further along than before. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's the same. Oh. I'll watch the video later. Wait. No voice in the video? Okay. I'll check out the video. Never had dried jackfruit. I've had the real thing, though. Does it taste like feet? That's what chat says, it tastes like feet. Don't know what I'm going to do. I'm confused. Well, are you just learning it because you want to get a job, or are you learning it because you have something that you want to accomplish? Like, it's always easier to program when you have some problem that you want to solve, because that's what programming is for. It's for automating a solution to a problem. Switch switches between branches, and switch dash C creates a branch. So checkout was deprecated a few years ago, and the new version of Git has landed in all the major operating systems. So now it's safe to switch over to Switch. There were ambiguities when you used checkout where it could do the wrong thing. And so they added the new command switch that doesn't have any ambiguity, because switch only works on branches. It doesn't work on, I guess, files. All right, coding path, where to go? Mostly AI generated, human ones will come later. Wait, jackfruit's AI generated? Or the chat? Any suggestions, videos? Oh, the videos are AI generated. Got it. What is future proof? I don't know. Anything that's hype is not future proof. So anything that's just really, really cool is not future proof. Because there's always going to be more companies in it than need to be there. But I don't know. Personally, I don't have any advice for somebody that's just looking for a job in coding. If you have a problem that you want to solve, if you like it, then we can talk about that and I can give you advice. But if your goal is, all I want to do is feed my family, I believe that that's valuable. But I don't have any advice because that's not the path that I took. For me, the path that I took was doing projects that I wanted to do that solve problems for me. Like, I've run into a lot of people that get into programming because they work one job and they're like, this sucks. I have to do this thing all day. If only I had a tool that could do this thing, then I wouldn't have to do this thing all day and I could do other stuff. That's how I got into programming. I was automating away a problem that I had. I was a network tech at the school, and I was also in charge of carting around televisions. And so I modified a program that told teachers which room the TV was in. It was meant to be for scheduling rooms for meetings. And I just went into the code and I changed it to say, instead of meeting room, TV, and instead of the attendees being the people in the room, I made the attendee like the room that the TV was at, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's basically a little calendar system, and I just changed the names of the rows and the columns in the scheduling system so that the TV was the thing that was being reserved rather than a room, and a room was the thing that was reserving it. Yeah, I'll check out some of the YouTube videos, Terrace. I'll bring that up right now. Stop using git stash. I think that's it. This is not giving me the results that it is probably giving you. I'm not seeing. Okay, so I do have to say, in regards to jackfruit, I haven't tasted a lot of feet, at least not since I was about 4 years old. But I think if feet tasted like this, at least the dried jackfruit, I think a lot more people would be into feet. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I know what I'll do. I'll go specifically to your channel and I'll search your channel for stuff about stacks. What? It gave me nothing. It told me nothing matches get stacks. Doesn't seem possible. All right. Maybe my breath, maybe like the aftertaste or the like after you eat it, maybe that's where the feet are going to come in. Okay. Okay, let's see if this still works. Again, this is just a waste of time. Like the last half hour or whatever is just a complete waste of time. I just wanted to do it. Okay, and so now... All right, no warnings. Parse identification sequence. Okay, this seems like this should have worked. Maybe what we should have done is strings dot split. I don't know. We split on a space. All right, let's try this. Okay, so we're gonna do strings, trim, prefix, blah 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 blah. All right, return hex, name, and something else. Okay. Wait, this is not gonna... Okay, so let's do this. If name equals reserved, name equals reserved equals true. All right, var reserved bool. Oh, right. Ba-dum. We use plus for strings because we're heathens. Heathens! You know, I just don't like it. Not doing it. Okay, just this once. Just this once. What harm could come? What harm could come? It's just one time, Mom. Let's see. What's this? Okay. All right, I'm looking back at the chat again. All right, MLV. Okay, get stacks. Okay. Best get branch management tool. Stacks Doctor. Okay, I see that one now. All right, I'm going back to chat for a second. Ross from Friends told some bad dish tastes like feet. I thought that's something Americans say. No, I think people say it tastes like feet when it tastes like feet. You know, when it's got kind of that that blue cheese kind of taste. For a while, I wanted to automate trading gold and Bitcoin. Yeah, I would stay away from stuff that you don't have an intimate knowledge of or experience, or like if you were making thousands of dollars a month trading gold and Bitcoin, you probably wouldn't waste time building a tool. You'd probably hire someone else, right? So some of this, unfortunately, I mean, you might, you know, get told the same thing by a lot of other people, or maybe not, but ideas that make money don't scale. Let me, if it were easy, everybody would do it and then it would be worthless, right? So if you could create some sort of thing that would automatically make money out of money, Which it's kind of like the idea of a perpetual motion machine, right? Like you're going to ride a bicycle that's going to power a generator, and then you get off the bicycle and the generator is going to power the bicycle. It's going to power the generator. It doesn't work. It's not real. You're not going to automate money making. Yes, some people have done it. Most of the people on YouTube saying that they've done it have not. Most of the people on YouTube saying that they've done it are trying to sell you something, and that's where they make their money. They don't make their money on whatever it is they're selling you, or they don't make their money from the thing that they're selling you. They make the money from selling you the thing that they're selling you, right? So, if it sounds like a perpetual motion machine, it's probably not real. Oh, I get it. I see what it's saying. And I like that well enough. What's this saying? Okay, I like that. That works for me. Okay, let's see if the program functions any better. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Grok didn't quite nail it. All right, I'm going to mess one of these up. I'm going to mess up this one. Make it off by a letter, and then I'm expecting to get a warning. Yep, there we go. Good. Cool. All right. Where are we at? I just wanted to have the list of valid ALPNs. You know. And now that I have it, I think I'll do nothing with it. But I have it if I want it, you know? Yeah. So anyway, back to my advice on programming. I would say find an actual practical problem that you personally have. And that problem isn't make money. The problem is not something meta. The problem is something tangible. Something that you already know how to do, but that the way to automate it might be slightly beyond your reach, right? If you can't write down an algorithm for it, if you can't write down a set of steps, then, or if the set of steps require intuition, then it's not a good candidate for programming. So, you know, an example that I can give that would be a bad example. There's this guy who, I think he's called the Bitcoin backer or something like that, or the crypto backer. Anyway, he's made a lot of money realistically because he doesn't sell his course for $10,000. He sells it for like $40 and he just walks through stuff that he does. And there's a lot of math involved with what he's doing. And he looks over things over ranges and he does Fibonacci retracements or something like that. And he's got a way that he can explain how he trades money. But the decisions are made by his intuition. He can tell you, here's some patterns that I look for. Here's how I make money. And here's when I go with like what my goal is versus my gut, whatever. Interesting. Why would there be an ALPN specified for a plain text protocol? That doesn't quite make sense. Did I miss something here? Huh. Yeah, that's probably not relevant. I'm confused. Maybe they just standardized it to be reserved because it's a clear text protocol. So why would you specify an ALPN for a clear text protocol? That seems a little bit strange. Or maybe there's something else I don't understand. Anyway. Yo, Captain, what's up? How do you like Brave? Well, I like it. It's a browser. So I don't know that it has very many unique or interesting features. By the way, let me make sure that I have this on Click. I have it on Click in other places. Okay, on Click. There we go. That's what I want. I want to make sure I get all of my... Okay, we're going to do picture-in-picture, video speed controller, sound hub, JSON viewer, volume master I'm actually getting rid of. But I've been doing this with all the extensions where I make sure that they're only active on Click. So on Click, on Click, there we go. actually don't need that picture-in-picture one very often. At least not on this profile. There we go. Alright, we're gonna go back here. Alright, so I've got that. I guess what I wanted to do with it was just check. Maybe I will use it. Let's see. All right, so we got that there. Hub.com, BNNA net, TLS router. Ah! Okay. So now we've got that. Let's see. We don't want any of that bytes. We want to call this name buff or just buff, I guess. Whoopsies. Let's see, entry. Let's see. And this one needs... Okay. Let's go back to Grok here. Update this to have a custom hex. Marshal... Unmarshal for the bytes field. Okay. I've not tried Arc. I'm not really interested in, well, most things. But in this case, browsers, I'm not really interested in browsers. They're just a tool. I don't remember why I got into Brave. Probably because we had somebody on the JavaScript Jabber podcast that was talking about it, and I was probably, probably gave some pushback and probably felt like the pushback was addressed well, and then tried it out. And I think the worst thing that happened for Brave was that they tried to make it about cryptocurrency at first. All right, let's see here. Validate bytes. Okay. All right, let's see here. Ba, 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 ba. This is kind of silly, I will admit. But I just like it better when it looks like that. It's easier for my brain to understand. All right. This really bugs me. I don't know how to fix this. All right, so what are we doing here? Oh, that one was correct. Okay. All right. Okay. So are we good again? Can we run this again? No, we can't. Okay. I do need to check on something. I think I forgot to schedule a meetup. We have no upcoming events. Okay. All right, I gotta go use the bathroom in a minute. I can feel the bio break coming on. Okay, so I have to fix this in order to do that. Anyway, you know what I'm gonna do momentarily to solve this problem is I'm just gonna rename TLS router to .back so that I can run this and test it. Okay. Oh, and we forgot to get our update from Grockety Grock Grock here. Okay, let's do this. Let's type byte to hex bytes and do the Marshall that way. Just update the type, not the whole program. No, 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 no. There we go. All right, these look right. All right, something went wrong. Protocol. Okay, protocol reserve. All right, something got its paths crossed here, because the protocol should not be reserved. Okay, let's see. Parse identification sequence. Well, that's not true. We still have to get the bytes out, right? Identification sequence. Name. Oh, bother. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Let's try that then. And we shouldn't have to clear out the name, because there's just not going to be a name there. So that should be just as well. Okay. So we still got something messed up. Bytes look right. Protocol looks right there. Okay, everything looks right there. But we've got a problem where we're checking the name versus the hex. So let's see what went wrong. Okay. Sequence. There we go. All right, now let's take a look at this again. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Ooh, smart quotes. Ooh, yikesies. How did this happen? Okay. Validation failed for. Okay. All right, so 0, 1, 2. I don't know if that's going to work. Oh no. Okay, so. Oh no. MQTT somehow has smart quotes. How does one of them get smart quotes? This is my nightmare. Look at that. Look at that. Ah! That's right, this is battle music. This is Battle of the Smart Quotes. How can it be? How can it be? No! No! It's the one that goes the other way. Holy crap, holy. I can't even copy it. It's so vile. Can't even copy it. That sickens me. Oh, so gross. Okay. Let's see here. There. Let's see. Should I have a simpler representation for this? Should I have gone CSV to CSV instead of CSV to JSON? Maybe. Maybe. MSTDS? What, the letter L? Do we have multiple brackets in these references? We do! Oh, that's so sad. Wonder where I report a bug. Is it IETF? Or no, Iana. Okay. Not machine readable. Copy link. Let's see, where's Imgur at? Imgur. Sure, why not? Absolutely not. Let's see what's open pass. I don't know, how do I get into this thing? All right, hold on. Let me go figure out how to get logged into Imgur. I have no idea. Oh no. I can't sign into Imgur. There's no way to sign in. Oh wait, there's a username. All right, let's see. Account recovery. Set up a password. Do you know my favorite password generator? Have you seen pdubs.bnna.net? The most sane password generator on the internet to date? I'm going to use this one right here, except not, because I just showed that one to you. I'm going to use the other one that I have on this screen that you can't see. APP5S9T parentheses EC something. Oh crap, I clicked the generate button. Oopsie doopsies. Oopsie doopsies, upsie daisies. Yes, I do want to save that. What? No. All right, oopsie doopsies. All right, hold on. Where's this screenshot at? There we go. Hold on. Screenshot incoming. All right. All right. There we go. Boom! Making the world a better place. They might come back and say won't fix because, you know, the people that have implemented the parsers already implemented it in such a way that they, you know, have hard-coded to that many bytes or whatever. It'd be great if they implemented it as JSON, but whatever. Anyway. All right, so we've got that. At the end, what does it matter? I wonder if the hex package includes something like this. It seems like they probably wouldn't, but it does seem like it would be nice. Yeah, I don't see anything about JSON there, so I'm going to go with no, probably not. Okay, so where are we at then? Unmarshalling hex bytes. We got a bunch of entries here. It's probably about time to switch to a different playlist. Let me see what other tags we got available. I kind of want some big beat. Let's go with the big beat. I think I can also go to the playlist on YouTube directly. Let's see. This is what I had the thing optimized for originally, was the mini player. There we go. And there's the mini player. So I don't quite like the way that is on the screen, but let's see. How could I make it betterer? Let's make sure that this is the standard size. Okay. Let me try this one as well. Oh, that's different. That's weird. Huh. That's strange because they're the exact same size, but oh well. All right. Well, now it's what it should be, so I'm just going to let it alone. Okay, so you know what we're going to do, though? Is we're just going to create an embed for this. Or, I don't know. CSV parser is pretty common. JSON we know we're going to use. So how about I just embed this? Oh, whoa, wait, what was that? Was that another oopsie daisies? Oh, no. HTTP 2 over TCP? Hold on. We have another oopsie daisies here? We do. Oh. Oh well, we're just gonna let that one slide for now. Oh, I just wish. I mean, they use CSV, you know. I just wish that they had made the data more machine parsable. That's kind of obnoxious to have it mostly machine parsable. Anyway, okay, this is stupid. This is not helpful. I'm spent now what, like an hour and a half, 2 hours on a stupid task that doesn't matter. Okay, let's get back in the game, folks. Sip a little Mountain Dew. There we go. All right. Tastes like paint thinner. Let's get back in the game. All right, and then what do we need to do for this? We create a embed or something. Give me an example of how to use the embed package with my I think it's like var embed. No, look, you don't need to do all that. All right, same directory as your Go code. All right, that's it. All right, JSON on Marshall. Okay, I think I have an actual use for init here. All right, read file. There we go. There we go. Okay. I found the first ever use of init. Okay, cool. Okay, and since I can't perfectly parse the reference stuff. Wait, what is all this? We're just gonna go straight here. Because stripping the brackets is not universal. Oh. Oopsies. Oopsies. Okay. All right, don't ask me why I did all that. I don't know. I just needed to do something useless. Because reasons that nobody can understand. No! Thank goodness. I just saved it. All right. All right, there we go. Looking better already. ALPN entry. What do they call them? What is it actually called? Hmm. All right, there we go. There we go. I like that better. Okay. Now, I'm going to move all this stuff. Let's see. I don't know how I want this to be, so I guess I'll just not include it for now. You know what we'll do? We'll do this. We'll do entry dot from CSV fields. What are the CSV fields called? ID second ref. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right. I don't like it when something new, you know, we're not going to call it new entry. We're going to call it from CSV fields. I don't know. I just don't like a new thing being able to return an error. Yeah, I just don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like constructors returning errors. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it should happen. There we go. I don't want it to be called new. I just don't like it. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go. Parse CSV entry. There we go. There we go. Okay. Go run. Boom. All right, we should have no warnings. Excellent. Okay, so now let's move TLS router.go back to where it's supposed to be. And we're going to have in here as well our TLS router YANA ALPN. And what we're going to do here with our config file. So all of that was because I was thinking I just want to be able to provide a warning when there's a typo. And so I wanted to have the official list to be able to have a warning ALPN when there's a typo. And for right now, just to be able to have this thing work at all, I'm going to do oh, oopsie daisies. All right, so oopsie daisies, there we are. Now we need to update our config. All right, what did this look like? TLS matches, host name overrides. That's all we have. Those are just supposed to be IP addresses. These are supposed to have backends in them. Backend can have TLS terminated. Okay. So this is what we're back to. We need to load the config, and then I'm not doing it all what I thought I was going to do today, but so be it. I do need to check in on some messages though, because I have not even, I think I looked at my phone once earlier. Oh, wow. Wow. Hey, guess what? I just got a message. Check this out. Woo! Excellent response time. Wow. It's amazing. All right, let's see if the CSV is also fixed. Let's see. MQTT is somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yes! Amazing. Amazing. That was one of my best moments ever. Wow, that was cool. That was just phantasmagorical. That was just great. Wow. Wow. That was just amazing. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, I'm probably gonna have to take a break and do some other work for a little bit. That was so rewarding. I made the world a better place. I made the whole world a better place. The only problem is that somewhere somebody's parser just broke. You know, because somebody else did the same thing I did, except maybe not in as nice of a way. Where they're like, well, we'll just skip over these 4 bytes. And yeah, look at that. Wow. Wow. Made my mark on the world. Oh, that didn't go over the way that I'd hoped. Let's try that again. All right, come on. Oh no, go sanity. Well, here's my sanity for you. Is that I just fixed, well, I didn't fix it, but I just pointed out and caused to be fixed the IANA ALPN registration for MQTT. So oh, I probably should have, well, I guess it doesn't matter. These are just, I didn't realize the person's name was there. I know my name's there, but I think that's probably fine. So yeah, see, it had smart quotes, and now I can parse it. I'm doing some silly stuff. I was just about to go for a potty break, but since you've come, now I think I'll just hold it for another 4 hours. We'll just keep going. Yeah. Well, okay, so what I did was I created a registered ALPN parser. But I have no good reason to do this. What? Oh, whoops. SMB. Hold on. That's weird. Oh, okay, so actually there is one other one. Oh, whoops. Okay. Let me know back. Okay. Hold on, I need to check this now. SMB. So we can see our SMB also has smart quotes on it. Okay, well, hopefully that gets fixed today too. I think they'll probably fix it today as well, since they fixed the other one so quickly. Okay. All right, so I'm not going to unfix my parser now. Now where did my actual code go? Oh, I moved it over here for whatever reason. Okay, let's move this back over here. Okay. So Go Sanity. Why do you need Go Sanity? What did you have some Go Insanity? Okay, good. This is still right. Okay. Okay. Cool. So it's a good thing that I did that validation. You know what I'm going to do? I kind of want to say that the name field should just be whatever the bytes are. That's what I'm going to do to future-proof this one. So rather than saying, so how about this? Well, I don't know. I don't know. What should I do, Mariah? What should I do? How should I handle this? This unfortunate... hex dot decode to string entry dot bytes entry dot name equals. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to do string bytes. Okay, I think that's the best solution I can get right now, is that in the binary we fix it. So there we go. So we warn see. Validate bytes. All right, byte sequence. I guess, I don't know, do we even really need that? Okay, let's try this again. All right, so warning. Okay, I don't actually want to put that in quotes, I think. Because that, well, I don't know. I guess that's fine. Byte sequence this does not match name. Okay. What do I do to just get this to be hex? Don't I just do this? I don't need to do the encoding there because I can just do it with RF. Is that right? Zero X. Okay, same thing. Encode. All right. And so then can I do Byte sequence. Hold on. Okay, byte sequence SMB. Does not match. Okay. So that just turned this into, it turned this buff into what I wanted, so. Oh no. I gotta redo my playlist, my Bob. Well, it didn't work. Let's try it again. Open up YouTube, open mini player. Mini player, there we go. Okay. Your job as a TypeScript stack? Oh, my poor child. Oh. I'm so sorry to hear that, Mariah. I didn't think there was a fate worse than death. But but there is, and you don't deserve it. You didn't do anything wrong. You're a good person. Okay, now what is this? Okay, that byte sequence, blah blah blah, does not match name. And I think I can just get rid of the parentheses. No, the parentheses are part of this thingy. Okay, so it's just saying it didn't parse correctly. All right, that's good. Okay, one last thing then. And I'm going to put that as a string just to make myself feel better. Because quote forces it to be a string, but I just need it to be a string. All right. So what I'm working on is a TLS router, but I got distracted with this ALPN thing and I don't know. You know how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, I need more Go in my life for sure. Oh, whoops. Okay. All right. I might have to come back to this in the evening because there's some other work that's calling my name that I should need to I need to get on soon. Do you still use a Mac Studio? Yes. Yes. Did you get the M4 with 128 gigabytes of RAM? I hope that you did. That's what I would like to get. Let's see here. My new laptop right now is an M4, but I think I'm going to go back to an M1. I think I'm going to take this one back to Costco and get an M1 that's pretty much maxed out. I'm not sure if I'm going to go with a 14-inch. I think I'm going to go with a 14-inch, not a 16-inch. I think I'm going to go with a 14-inch. I don't think I'm going to go with an Air because I want the extra ports. I really do. And when it's an M1, it's not like I'm paying $1,000 to get an HDMI port on the side. It's like I'm paying $1,000 less and getting, well, more like $3,000 less. Yeah, let's see. So let's say that I go onto the Apple website here. Let's do this real quick. I'm just gonna price out what I want. There's two possibilities for what I want. Apple, I guess it's just apple.com/Mac. Is that what it is? /store/Mac/Mac. Okay. So I'm going to go with MacBook Pro. I'm going to go 14 inch. Okay. I'm going to go with a Max. I can't stand the space black. I don't want to do it. Although that might be what I do. Okay. If I was going to do it, there's no way I'm not going to get the nano textured. But for purposes right now, I won't click on that. Okay. So I'm not going to click on that one because it's going to add to the price tag. So already we're almost $2,000 over what I would be spending. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now let's say getting the equivalent of the M1 Max that I will be getting would be the equivalent of this and this and this. So roughly $1,400 versus roughly $4,500, you know, because then there's taxes and all that. So yeah, and then if we're being realistic, yes, I would get the nano texture display. So we're after taxes, we're creeping up on $5,000 now. So I just and so if we go look at eBay, 14 M1 Max 32 core 64 gigabyte 2 terabyte. Whoops. Okay. So what is this one here? To get it in silver is what cost you the big bucks, because the rest of them are space gray. But look, 64 gigabytes, 2 terabytes, 32 core, $1,500, and I've seen it for lower. So there's 1,400. That's only got 1 terabyte. This one's $1,400. But this person was kind of silly. It's the gray one too. I might have to go with the gray. See what it says in the description. No description. Empty description. Is that right? Oh no, the description's down here. They just changed it. No cables or chargers. Wow, battery's not doing so great. Massive amount of RAM. Full factory reset, ready for new owner. Anyway. M1 sucks, no? I don't know why you would think that. The M1... So there was no reason, if you had an M1, there was no reason, as far as I'm aware, to upgrade to the M2 or the M3. The M4 is the first thing that's been more than marginally better. And that's... I mean, it might have been a different story if the M3 came out as the M2... and then we were looking at the M5 now, but I think back at the M2, they had some sort of manufacturing problem. That's the rumor. And so they basically just shipped an M1 that was less bend. The M2 was just an M1. It was like the M1S. So it wasn't, there was no significant difference between the M2 and the M1. The M3 was different, but the M4 is the first one that's been worth buying. Just barely got the Mac Studio with the M3 Ultra. Okay, but you didn't go with the M4, huh? I guess the M3 Ultra was only just released. Let's see. Yeah, I really wanted to get the new Mac Studio, but it just the price is too much. Because we can look at either one of these. Also, I'm confused as to why there's not an M4 Ultra. But there's been some complaints about the Ultras. Anyway, let's say that I want to max it out as much as I can within this tier, which is what I would do. I absolutely want to get... Wow. I didn't know that we had options for more than 128 gigs of RAM. Yes. Yes, I want a terabyte of RAM, please. Please. And there's no way that I'm not going to get at least 2 terabytes of storage. Okay, so that puts me at $4,000. $4,000 to double my RAM. I don't know. That's a lot of money. Okay, but let's say I go all out. All right, I want to get double the speed. And yes, I want 512 gigs of RAM. Okay, all right, so I could get several cars, like 4 or 5 cars. Used ones, of course. Well, actually, I don't know. I hear the market's gone up, so maybe that's only 2 or 3 now. But, or I could have the same thing I have on my desk now, but I don't know. I mean, I think what's going to happen, what's going to have to happen, well, not have to, but I think what's going to happen is that we're going to see competition in the marketplace, because until the M4 came out, Apple was really, really price competitive. And now with the M4, it's just not. I mean, there's no way that I could... My shed, the place that I'm working in right now, the entire shed costs about this, you know. It just, all right. M3 Ultra performs better for LLMs. Well, that's cool. That's cool, because I know that there were problems with the Ultra, and it wasn't a linear scale. So if they've got that worked out, and you can do the processing with the LLMs where maybe it's running 2 processes and each one is running with multiple cores and they're doing that communication thing. Okay. M4 Air, okay, I will say this. M4 Air is totally worth it. The M4 Air is worth it. The M4 MacBook Pro is not. But the M4 Air is totally worth it because the price point didn't go up very much at all. In fact, it might be the same. I think it went up by $100. But the M4 Air is totally worth it. Yes, 100% yes. If you're willing to spend $1,200 and you want an Air, an M4 Air is worth it. But then if you look at the M1 14-inch, it's like, is it still worth it? Yeah. You're an external display person? Yeah. Okay. Well, on that note, I am now also an external display person. That's my motorcycle. That was my laptop. Now it's my desktop at another desk. All right. Anyway, let me get back to this. I got off track here for a bit. Let's get back to the code. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that anymore. Okay, so what are we actually here for now? Let's get back to the gold. The domains, ALPNs, backends. And this would have been certs, I think. Well, I guess it could be a TLS config that has other stuff in it. Anyway, we're not going to worry about that right now. Let me just comment that out because we're not doing anything with it right now. Okay, so here, this is where I think we need to go through this and figure out what config means now. Config now is TLS matches and hostname overrides. All right. So now that that's what config means, so this would be TLS matches. Oh, we got to build up the config better. Hold on. We actually, all right, we need two different things. There's the config, and then we need to have the matchers. And the matchers is going to be a map of string, domain, and I need to think about this. Because we're basically going to build out let me think about how we're going to do this. ALPN preferences. Yeah, so basically the backend is going to have ALPNs as well, which is going to be a string. This one is not going to be in the JSON. This is going to be built up from the config. And I'm not 100% sure what this is going to look like yet. Yes. Yes, it is still working as a desktop. It is working connected to an external monitor and all that. All right. All right. All right, I just need something here so this is syntax complete. I think I'm going to need this to be a TLS match. Trying to think of how to do this. Because the problem is that the server is supposed to set the ALPN preference. But I think I'm just going to let the client set the ALPN preference because there's nothing that, like, if the client is malicious, the server can't do anything because the client's just going to send up, hey, I want H2. That's what I want, you know? So if it wants H2, it's going to get H2. But if it says it wants H1, that's what I meant to say. If, you know, it could just say, I want HTTP 1/1.1/HTTP/1.1. If that's what it says it wants, like, let's say it puts the order wrong. HTTP/1.1, comma, H2, right? Let's say that the client sets the order wrong. Okay, so I give it HTTP/1.1. No big deal, right? Or I could give it H2 anyway because that's what the server prefers. But then the reality is, if the client was being malicious, then it's just going to not include HTTP. I mean, it's just not going to not include H2. It's only going to include HTTP/1.1. So I think we're actually fine to go with the client's preference because I don't know why. I don't think that there's a reason. Let me go back to that spreadsheet here, if I can find it. Yeah, okay, so let's go back to the spreadsheet here. Well, actually, you know, it's a lot easier than the spreadsheet. Here. Yeah, let's just delete that. Okay. Here's what's a lot easier than the spreadsheet. What we were just looking at. Okay, so go run. Oh, and JQ, what is it going to be? From the root object, we're just going to look at, what was that? What was I just going to show? Name. Is it going to be like this then? Okay, there's the whole thing. Okay, so then what am I matching on? Dot name? No. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Okay, so are there any of these where it would matter? I mean, if we can provide it, then we're just going to give it, right? If we can't provide it, then we're not. Like, I don't think we're going to provide HTTP 1.0 for TLS. We're just not going to do it. I mean, I don't even think I would. I don't think I would even have Speedy there. You know. So yeah, for our purposes, I think I'm just going to allow it. It makes it a lot simpler if we can just say, here's what the server can provide, rather than trying to declare what the server wants. Or I don't know. I mean, the other way to do it would be to sort the backends based on what the server wants. And I guess we could do that. So if there's backends that don't support what the server wants. Okay, so let's open up the config again. Okay, so server prefers SSH. Client doesn't want SSH. Server prefers H2, HTTP, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I guess my main thing is this, where there's some backends that support both H2 and HTTP 1.1, and there's some backends that only support HTTP 1.1 and might need TLS to be terminated. And so if the client requests H2, then we're just going to go to this client and we're going to round robin over just this client. But if it wants HTTP 1.1, then we can round robin between this client and this client. And so on. That's my thought. Okay, that's my thought. That's what I'm going with for now. Let's not overcomplicate it more than that. All right, so we're going to have some matchers. And we're going to have a config. We're going to have matchers. All right, so when we do the new config and we normalize the config, all right, we need to go look at lint and normalize. So now that the config is like this, all right, TLS matchers M. TLS matches. Maybe that should be matchers, but right now it's matches. Not compatible with... Oh. Bad syntax, right. Okay. Wait, TLS matches is... No, it's a list. Okay, got it. All right. No, this is the index. For domain range. Okay. So wait, that's no wrong. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to the normalized config and just work through this. Okay, so all right, so we're gonna sort that out, and then all right. So with this one, we're gonna say TLS match. All right, and this is not going to be targets anymore. Now it's going to be backends. So this would probably be more TLS match dot backends. Okay. TLS match backends equals append. So this would be backends. So that would be B We're not going to worry about the ALPNs there. So for the ALPNs, though, this is where... Whoops. All right, I'm going to take a thought break here for a moment. In a moment. Okay. Where to not use? All right, what is it complaining about? I didn't use I. I might not need I. Didn't use J. I might not need J. All right, let's go look at TLS match again. It's got domains, ALPNs, and backends. And so what we need to do is we need to create the list of backends that match any given ALPN. Because when we So we do ALPN backends. This is going to be a map string backend, like that. Let me think about this. Okay. Okay. So we're going to go over each domain. And what we need to build up is going to be a big list that is by domains. So what we're building up is actually going to be something like, we're no longer normalizing the config. We're now turning a config into matchers. And so matchers Okay. I almost want to map the combo of hostname and ALPN. In fact, I think that is what I want to do, because otherwise we have to index in and then index in again. Whereas, and we have to do that all the time. So if we do it this way, we only have to index in once. So I think that's what I'm going to make it. Is that a TLS match is going to be a combination of SNI plus so I'm going to create a type for this for now. So right above TLS match, where was that? Matchers. I'm going to do and we're going to have a func new okay, so what we can do is we can take in SNI ALPN and then we can return SNI plus ALPN like that. That way we don't make any oopsies. No oops-a-daisies. All right, so we got matchers here. So we're going to go over the TLS matches. And for each of the domains, we're going to do matchers. Well, now... Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. So now we're building up our matchers. Okay, now we distinguish between what's memory efficient, or not necessarily memory efficient, but what's efficient for the program to use versus what's efficient for the individual to configure. So now that we've got this set up, I wonder, does the ALPN allow a colon in it? I hope not. We could also, rather than a colon, We do like a vertical tab. Do one of these bad boys right there. Yes! I can hardly think of a better character than a vertical tab for this. Alright, so... Okay, well, if that's all we're doing, we just make a copy of the backends. No, because we can have more than one backend that matches this. Alright, so copying a lock is not good. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, so maybe this is not the right way to go about it then? So what do we want from TLS match on this? Do we just want the backends? We don't need the domains or the ALPNs. The ALPNs are only helpful... I don't know that they're very helpful. So TLS match, we do want the Acme config. When we get to that point, we'll want the config to be on there, and we'll want the list of backends. But at that point, we won't care about the domains or the ALPNs. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Okay, config TLS matches, config TLS matches. We're not going to do that, right? All right, and hostname overrides. We don't actually need to copy that. We're just going to copy. Oh, you're still there! Excellent. Yeah, I see people are coming and going. Okay, so to lint the config is now different. All right. I don't know if I'm ready for this one yet. This is going to be now matches. And I think if it doesn't have an ALPN, if it doesn't have an ALPN, it's gonna, I don't know. I mean, it could be an IoT client or something. All right, so now we're ready to work through this again. So we got matchers. All right. So what we need to figure out here is maybe I'm doing this the wrong way too, because maybe actually what should be at the top is the ALPN. Maybe what we should be saying is, hey, we're looking for some servers, but we're looking for specific servers. The domain name is not as important as the, do we have the thing that matches this, right? I mean, I guess that's the order of hierarchy we have to figure out. So are we saying when we encounter, because most of the time when you think about TLS, you're thinking about HTTP 2 and HTTP 1.1, but you also have Postgres and Samba and MQTT, etc. So when we're looking at categorizing this, should we be looking at, okay, give me the things that match this domain, or should we be looking at give me the things that match this ALPN? Because there's two wildcard mechanisms that happen. So I can have example.com looking for H2, but then I could also have foo.example.com looking for Postgres. And so, or let's say pg.example.com looking for Postgres. So the question is, if I have a domain matcher that is for star.example.com, well, I guess first of all, an exact match should always win. That's number one. An exact match should always win. But let's say, okay, how do I actually use this? How do I use this? Typically, I'm putting the wildcard on the domain. The wildcard on an ALPN is kind of a new concept. So, but let's take a look at it this way. Could I have an ALPN where I say, no matter what the domain name is, go here? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to me. I know there are use cases where that could make sense, but that's not what makes sense to me. It does make sense to say for whatever.example.com, so star.example.com, get H2. So if I have something that matches, I think this is the rule. If I have something that matches whatever.example.com, if I have an exact match for that, then I should look for an exact match for the ALPN or a wildcard. If I can't find an exact match for the ALPN, then I could continue going through. Yeah, that actually does make sense. That actually does make sense. I think. I'm not sure. Since I'm not sure, let's not guess. So we're just going to say we need to find an exact match. So we first need to find a match on the domain. That's what's important first. We need to find a match on the domain. And once we find out a match on the domain, we need to find a match on the ALPNs. Okay. So the problem with that is the number of permutations that we've just created here in regards to the ALPN. Because now we're going to have to do multiple of these lookups if we don't have a hit right away on the thing that we're looking for. So can we make that simpler? And I think the way that we could make that simpler is that once we find the thing, we can cache it, because the config's not going to change until the config is replaced. If the config is changed, the config is replaced. So what we could do is say, okay, the first time that somebody wants foo.example.com, well, but then you get into this thing where I could just create lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of copies of this config. Let's see. Just by requesting a domain over and over and over again. So I could just request A, B, C, D, D, you know, like I could just keep on requesting .example.com, 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 and it would cause it to cache if it finds it. And so that could be, that's not ideal. So, what's another way to get around that problem? Well, okay, wildcards are less common. So what we're going to do is we're going to look for, I might backtrack on this. Maybe what I want for the config is at the top level. Maybe I want to have all of the ALPNs that can be supported by that domain. Find that domain and then go in to the backends that support that ALPN. So first I'm trying to find a domain match, and then I'm trying to find an ALPN match. I think that's the right way to do it. You like my new schedule? There is no new schedule. I don't have a schedule. I left and came back. I like Twitch as my background noise at work. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a new schedule. I just, this week I've been wanting to solve this problem, and so that's what it is. But there is no schedule. I don't do schedules. Plan is a 4-letter word, my friends. Okay. All right, so I don't like what I've done there. So let's go back to normalize. And let's say we're going to go to the domain. We're going to do domain matches. All right, so for this, all right, and then soon here I got to take a break. I'm nearly bursting at the seams. It's been 5 hours now. That's no problem. I'll do another 5 more, but I need to take a break and I need to work on some other stuff too. Maybe I'll finish this tonight, or maybe I'll finish it over the weekend. I got to get this somewhat right, though. It has to be more ergonomic than what I'm currently using and do the job better than what I'm currently working. I thought we were going to be doing mostly cert magic today. That's why I had that in the title. But I've still got something to figure out here. So, okay. So we're going to do these matchers. And all right, so if not slices dot contains ALPNs ALPN, then ALPNs equals ALPNs, or rather append ALPNs ALPN. All right. All right, so this is how we're going to build this. Okay. Whoops. All right. All right, let's see. Can I get another something or other here? We do some ambient. It's been a while since we did ambient, maybe. All right. How about we YouTube it and mini player it? Go mini player. Go mini player, mini player.
Nice. I had the best fucking night of my entire fucking life.
All right, there we go. So now I got my listen config. Okay.
I can't remember anything without you.
That's very sweet, but try.
Okay. Write a function that, given the string foo.bar.baz.example.com, will return the strings foo.bar.baz.example.com.
What if you stayed this time?
I walked out the door. There's no area left.
Wonder if we could make these slices. Probably not. Because all of this can be contained in the same string, so it'd be nice to not copy it. If we were doing bytes. And we could do bytes. All right, let's see. Okay. This is not ambient. That has lyrics. All right, cool. All right, let's see if this does what I want it to do. Takes in a domain string and returns a slice of byte slices. Domain cannot be empty. I actually don't know. Maybe. So then what we would do here is for this domains by or ALPNs by, what we'd actually do is have invalid key map byte. What? Nah. No way. We can't. Is that real? Huh. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter then. I guess the previous solution was fine, because I thought that bytes were comparable. How are bytes not comparable? Somebody explain me how bytes are not comparable. Incomparable type. No way. Huh. That's so weird. Comparable means you can do a not equals. Hmm. I don't know. But this doesn't help me, so we're going to have to go back to the previous version that it gave and take a better look at that. Because, let's see. Well, we could just make a new type. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, not quite sure how to do what I want then. Let me think about this. Okay, well, I think we should just do happy path first. And wildcards are just going to be slower. That seems fair to everyone. All right, so we're going to make a special case for the happy path. Which is going to be new SNI ALPN, domain ALPNs 0. SNI ALPN is going to be this. Okay. I want to learn coding too. Where to start? You know, the question is, why do you want to learn coding? Because where you start depends on why you want to learn. What I know, the best way to start is simply to pick a problem that you personally want to solve that isn't make money. Solve an actual, real, tangible problem. Like, I want to get text reminders for my friends' birthdays from this list. Or I want to be able to check every day to see if the Nintendo Switch 2 is back in stock. Or, actually, that one's probably a bad one because you'll just lose. But let's say something else, something that isn't the Nintendo Switch 2. Because that one you just lose because everybody else is already doing that. Speaking of which, is it on sale yet? keep on thinking to go by GameStop and just see if they happen to have updates. Let's see. All right. ALPNs by domain. Config by... Okay, so... Config by... Okay, why does it not like it? Cannot use map index expression of struct type TLS match as string value in assignment. What? Oh, right. All right, CFG, CFG. So then if not exists here, All right, so we're going to take a happy path approach. Which is typically that we're going to be able to match H2 or HTTP 1.1. And then if we can't match that, then we'll jump to this function where we'll do the slow matches. All right. Bump, bump, bump. Let's see. Okay. Okay. It's always great when your email reset codes take longer to get there. Oh, you're going to jump off? All right. Have a good one. Bye. Okay. So where was I at? Slow match. All right, come on. But in good news, the IANA fixed the other Madoodle as well. So if we go back now and we do delete that and go run, whoops. There we go. So this time there should not be, yeah, no problems. Cool. Yeah, they fixed it and they said that they're taking it to the technical director. Yes. Just go through the website, find all the smart quotes, change them out for regular quotes. Excellent. Cool beans. All right, ALPNs by domain. All right, range, ALPNs, starting at 2, because if we start at 0, then that's just normal, but we're skipping 0 and 1, so we're starting at 2. All right, now I got my one-time passcode here. Okay, or don't let me log in, whatever. I gotta log in, and then it just logs me out. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Wow. I've been... I don't know where I put my notes. That's too bad. Let me see if they're on my phone. Sorry, I was looking up something for a thing. maybe. Cannot find my notes. Dang it. That's not good. I needed to look up somebody that I could have sworn that I'd made a note. But anyway. Alright, back to this. For a little bit anyway. Oh, whoopsies. There. All right, declared not used ALPN. Where was that? SNI, ALPN. Wait. Okay, so we're gonna take this one, we're gonna put it in here. There we go. Oh, whoops. That's where it starts to become the unhappy path. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now slow match is gonna work about like it should. Okay, so then string index byte. Okay, so all right, what's up here? Alrighty. So this loop, it looks good. This loop, maybe not so good. There we go. Okay. What's next? All right, so this wouldn't be No matching domain. No matching ALPN. Alright, could not match parent domain for any of ALPNs. Strings dot join ALPNs. Okay, cool. All right, so here we are. And we're going to have some backends. All right, so for right now, winner wins. Or should we put some sort of counter in the TLS match for the backends? Okay, if we're going to do that, we're going to do the atomics. We can't copy it. So this is going to have to be a pointer to the configs. So that makes sense anyway. Okay. All right, so here we are back here again. Now we're looking at config.backends. Well, hold on. Okay, TLS match. SNI. When okay, what are we doing here? No, wait. M.backends. Okay. From here, we know where that one goes. Okay, let's go back here for a second. Current backend. There we go. Okay, but what do we need to grab from here? From TLS match? We need to grab Acme and TLS, right? Actually, I think we'd have a copy of that. That should be fine to have a copy of it. So let's do this. Because we want that to be relatively available. Oh, but we want it to be null right now. That's why. We want it to be empty. Okay, got it. All right. Current backend. Let's see. So let's go to Atomics. All right, compare and swap. What is compare and swap? What is compare and swap? Okay. If the old value, then set the new value. Okay, so what if I did compare and swap in to 0? Well, that's kind of neat. Okay, actually I don't want that because sometimes I'm going to print this. So, what would be another good one? Oops. What would be a good insert here? Okay. Oh, how long have I been on mute? Have I been on mute for a while now? Oops. Apparently I hit mute at some point. Oh well. It was probably not more than an hour ago. Alright, what's the next thing? Configs by ALPN? What's up, Joseph? Your name looks familiar. Are you one of the Utah crowd? Dude. Maybe Joseph Huckabee is just a really common name. First name and last name. You were coding and didn't realize I was muted. Okay. I don't recognize your profile picture, I don't think. Did that change since the last time we talked? Of course, I mean, I don't have the best memory. Ugh. Okay. Do. Okay, well, I mean, I don't remember everybody's profile picture that ever, pops in the chat. Even sometimes when I've had conversations with them before. But, that's how the internet is. Because I never know who's going to come back and who's not. So I don't know who's important. And I'm always in the middle of doing something. And by important, I mean that I'm going to be interacting with again. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, do we still have the lint? All right, so let's see what happens when I run this now. Oh, that's a lot. I don't think that's what I meant. Alright, that's not it. Alright, I don't know what's going on here. It's not printing the things I would expect. And it is instead printing the ALPN's config, which is not what I expect. And it's printing listening on. Okay. So that... Okay, that didn't cause anything strange. Yes. Yes. I wanted to use this for something. Probably for linting. You know, I think this actually ought to go into the other one as well. Yeah, it ought to. Append. Okay, I'm gonna move this over there. Where's the init? Here we go. Oh, invalid ALPN SSH. Great. I think what I want to do is actually get a get the errors, get all of them. Maybe some should be errors and some should be soft. I wish the people in charge of SSH would add TLS support. That'd be so awesome. Okay. If I need to modify it, that's not a good sign. So how should I handle that then? I guess pass it in as part of the config. Let's see. SSH. All right, slices, LPNs. If LPN is not, let's see. All right. I'm going to change known ALPNs to something better, like I don't know what else to change it to, actually. But this ALPN should be... We'll call it expected ALPNs. I don't know. Let's go ahead and... Hey, everybody, how's it going? We're now 7 hours in, still no pee break, still gotta pee, just one more change. Suppose I could have gone about this the other way. No, I really couldn't have. Never mind. Okay. All right. Now we're back to ground zero where we were yesterday. All right, now let's see what's going on here. TLS matches. Host name overrides. I do, now that I'm reconfiguring it this way, I kind of do want to push the ALPNs back into the back end. But for that matter, I could just push the domains onto the back end, you know, but I don't think that really makes a lot of sense, does it? No, it doesn't. And not in the general case. Because in the general case, backends are going to be a group where they are homogeneous. So we want to optimize for the homogeneous backends and not the heterogeneous backends. Because the heterogeneous backends are the exception to the rule. Okay. All right, so let's figure out what's going on here. All right, let's see if we're really listening. Because it seems like I should finish my sentences. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Good old sentences and finishing them. Wow, what a scene. Looking through, trying to find... Weird. Weird. The thing that's weird here is that I don't have the Go run in my history for running the TLS router. Oh, I have Go build in my history. There we go. Port 4433. Okay, that's a little better. All right. Oh, and that helps too. If I actually use the right port instead of 433, I could have used port 443. That would have worked. All right, so we've got an error that's a bunch of nil. Okay. Seems like we should have a better error than nil there, but whatever. We're going to go with it for right now. It's the best error we got. Okay. Doesn't seem like we should be getting an error on accept there. Maybe that's not... That's not what I think it is. Okay. Indeed. Okay, listen and proxy. All right, so listen and proxy apparently is doing some nonsense. Listen and proxy. I can't believe it, but after 8 hours, I still have Mountain Dew left. Wow, what a great day. My superpowers. But I'm very confused here. I made a channel. Oh. Hell, that's not it. All right. Illegal rune literal. I'll show you an illegal rune. All right. Server error nil. Close the connection. I don't understand how so listen, we got a listener. Let's see here. All right. Let's pick another category of music. Think I could go for some impressionist. I don't know what that means, but we're going to go with it. There's only 15 in this list. All right, there's some silly thing that I've forgotten. Somehow, this listen and proxy function is returning nil. I think it should be returning reach the end. Okay. Accept connection, proxy connection. Oh. Okay. How's this possible? How can it possibly get here? Accept connection. I agree the code is unreachable. I'm doing something silly and stupid again. I just don't know what it is that I'm doing that's silly and stupid. Oh, I know what I'm doing that's silly and stupid. I know what it is. I forgot to wrap the select in a 4. Go. All right. That makes more sense. All right, so accepting a connection. All right, could not match foo to a backend. Oh, interesting. Interesting thing to note. We are not printing out the config. So, okay, that's our current problem. Okay, read config. That's a little printf here. We'll debug. All right. TLS matches. All right, so read config. Read config is doing the wrong thing. Maybe it's got the wrong struct. Where's this config coming from? All right, so we got. Bah! Foiled once again. All right, there we go. I'm pretty sure we should have gotten an error about this config here. So let's go ahead and fix that. That might be in the lint. Alright, ALPNs. All right, let's go take a look at this. There we go. I guess technically, we also don't need to know what the ALPNs are. It's fine to let it negotiate downstream. Should that be the default behavior? Why not? Normalize. Hmm. You know, I think that it should just be that you define... Yeah, you should just define the ALPNs. That should just be what it is. Because as I'm thinking about it, the complexity of trying to make it fast to say, oh yeah, it doesn't matter what the ALPN is. I don't like it. Yeah. I think we should always define ALPNs. And it's fine if we define them as essentially just HTTP. All right, good. So, where are we at? Accept connection, proxy connection. Server name is foo. Supported protos is that. Could not match foo. All right, let's take a look and see if that makes sense. Because of feeling it may not. It might not make sense. Oh, been meaning to start learning Go. How similar is it to Python? You know, all programming languages are similar to some degree, except for Haskell and a couple of others. I would say that Go is a lot easier than Python. There's maybe 2 or 3 additional concepts you have to learn. But there's also actually far fewer concepts that you have to learn. It's like the learning curve has maybe 2 steps instead of 1 to start, but then it flatlines faster. So, you know, one of the things that people don't realize when they start programming is you want programs to run correctly. You don't want a program to run incorrectly. You don't want a program to run and get bad data. But a lot of people don't realize that when you start out. So if you have this mindset of like, I don't care whether or not the program runs right, then Python could seem maybe simpler because it will do the wrong thing more easily, kind of like C. But Go is easier to program overall, and those first few, like, oh, what do you mean it's a string? I thought it was a number, and a number, I could just add a number into a string and everything would be cool. And you can't do that. Anyway. So, yeah, Go and Python are pretty similar. I would say that Go is much easier to learn than Python. After, like, the first 37 seconds. Well, even more than that, because it's a lot easier to install than Python, too. But Yeah, I highly recommend Go. It's a very versatile language. A lot of good stuff there. Okay, could not match domain. Is this true? Are you true? Are you even true? Fool? What have I got? I'm doing... What is this? This is the TLS router project. www.example.com. Okay, I got rid of my foo. So let's try bar.example.net. Really? All right, so our program's obviously wrong. Let's check it out. Let's see what we can figure out here. Would you recommend learning it for cloud/DevOps or for regular backend roles? I think that, so, you know, there's what the industry does, and then there's what's logical and sane. And they're often miles apart. You know, take cryptocurrency hype, now AI hype. So there are more people who want to hire programmers that don't know how to program than people who do know how to program that want to hire programmers. There are more programmers who don't know how to program than there are programmers who know how to program. There's a demand for people that don't know what they're doing to have other people that don't know what they're doing not do it. There's an extreme demand for that right now. And so the bulk of programmers are using Node.js, it seems. And that isn't quite so bad, but the way they're doing it is. Like, for example, Next.js is insane. I used that for the first time over the last few days, and it just blew my mind how complicated it was. So I would recommend that you use Go for everything unless you have a reason not to. And there's not, I wouldn't say that about Rust. I wouldn't say that about Zig. I wouldn't say that about JavaScript or Python. You could probably say that about C#, maybe, although some people hate C#. But Go is a language that, unless you have a reason that you don't want to use it, it should be your default, because it's very, very simple, and it's safe, and it's performant. It's kind of like it's all wins. There are a few niche areas of programming where you might not want to use Go, but in almost every other area you would. It is definitely the best general purpose programming language. That said, I'm kind of glad it's not super hyped, because if it were, you would have more people doing dumb things in it, claiming, look how cool I am, what I did. Because Go, you don't need anything outside of the standard library. If you're reaching outside of the standard library, you kind of have to ask yourself, why are you doing this? Do you need to educate yourself for 15 minutes on the standard library? Or is there actually something that is high enough value and complex enough and done by someone who is trustworthy enough that you should use theirs rather than doing it yourself? And there is some slop in the Go community, as there is in all communities, except maybe Haskell. Or I guess the whole thing is slop, depending on how you look at it. I don't know. But Go Go, like AI works better with Go than any other language because it's got the best training data, because the people who are using Go are typically more experienced. And it's kind of an irony because inexperienced people want languages that are really, really fancy and really, really complex, where they feel like they can just do all these cool things. And Go is boring, and it works. All right. That was the okay sign, just in case there's any other signs that don't translate well that look like that. That was the okay sign, like as in it's a-okay. All right, so all right, we're gonna do debug domain, debug domain. Okay, so .example.net should have landed. That should have hit. Let's go see why that didn't hit. So what happened here? All right, first of all, let's get some more music. We're gonna go down tempo, whatever that means. Got 25 in this playlist. All right, so known ALPNs by domain. Oh, these never got loaded up? Well, that makes sense. Or maybe it doesn't. Domain matchers is a map of a lot of nada. All right, so right, so for a given domain, for the ALPNs, let's try this again now. That might have been it. All right, that looks a lot better. Now we got some matchers. Okay. Found config. That's actually not the config we found, though. It'd be nice to know how we arrived at the conclusion that it matched. All right, let's go ahead and just hit this a few more times. That's what I was thinking would happen. Index out of range. With length 1. That's what I was imagining might happen. Okay, so first of all, okay, next. All right, current backend. Okay, num cur see what we get here. Hey everybody, how's it going? We're now 8 hours in, still gotta pee, but just one more thing. I don't know what the one more thing is though. I kind of forgot where I was at with that. All right, so here's what I want to know. Last was 0, current is 1. That don't make no sense. All right, so I did a compare and swap, right? Are we supposed to put the swap value and then the compare value? It looks like we should put the compare value first. All right, let's take a look at this. So this was the last value was 0. Current, the last, so sorry, it wouldn't be last, it'd be last index, current index. So after the compare and swap, what I was expecting was that it was going to reset the value. That's what I was expecting. Okay, so let's try this again. All right. So what do we see here? I don't understand that. Highest index is 0. Ah, you know what? I think I had swappy doodled something, because we only need the length of the backends for this compare. We don't need it for anything else. And I think I was going to use it for something else. And I don't need it that way. So we're not going to use it that way. All right. Clear. So now, boop, 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 boop. Cool. All right. Well, that's kind of cool. I didn't know about the comparative swap operator until today, but it turns out to be really useful in this particular case. Because when you've got some sort of circular buffer type of thing, when you get to the end, you want to go back to the beginning. So if you can compare it and it's at the end, then you go back to the beginning. All right, cool. Well, that's a good place to pause, I think. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie. I'm confused. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right. Error accepting client. It'd be great if I would create some tests for this. Huh? Okay, so the next time that we get on the stream, which might be after dinner, supported protos. Standard error. Oh, I like that. I don't think I've ever heard this one before. Of the hundreds, if not thousands, of OC remix tracks I've listened to. Oracle of Ages, Fate of a Goddess. I think that that one, that was probably serious enough. Though that's just a straight up error every time in the face. So I should have I don't know if I want to do something like that yet. I'm going to hold off. You know what? That needs to be fixed. Hold on. Git stash. Okay. I'm going to push up some code. And I've got to get this over to a buddy to get his thoughts on it. Let's see. Okay. All right. What do we got going on here? Okay, we're gonna get rid of that debug. I was having a little convo back and forth about the config format. Make sure that it makes sense. And the feedback is it should make dollars instead. Essentially. All right, cache is invalid or expired. Downloading. Okay, that we don't need to worry about too much. All right. We definitely don't want to be doing a print line error. All right. Or maybe we do? Hmm. I probably need to get the defaults out of there as, you know what? Let's not do this. I'm barking down the wrong tree. Okay. My problem was just that it's printing the error, in the wrong place. Let's leave it at that. All right, let's make sure that every printf ends in a new line. Oh, except log printf. In general, I don't like warnings, but in that place it makes sense. Okay, and this is missing the new line. Okay. Sprintf, that's fine. Printf, that's fine. And that's a log. So that actually doesn't need the extra new line character. Okay, so I'm gonna do something silly. All right. Okay, what are we griping about here? Really shouldn't be anything. All right. No. That shouldn't be that hard. What? Now let's see if we can build this again. Okay. So there's still a couple more things I need to do before I'm ready to take a break here. After 8.5 hours straight coding, doing nothing else. Well, and like 2 emails or something for 5 minutes total. Okay. Server error, config error. Standard error. All right, let's see. Where are my printlins at? Those 3 make sense. They're acceptable. This one, these don't make sense. Okay. Okay. You know, I think we will create a backend group for this that has some sort of identifier. And we'll change some of these things around sometimes, somehow, based on load or something. I don't know. Simple round robin's good now. In theory, the round robin should do pretty well, because over time, the more requests it gets, the more they should even out to being equal, you know? Even if you have uneven load, the round robin should make the load even. But we also track the number of connections per backend. That's something that we ought to do. Anyway. All right, what are we up to here? Terminate TLS. We're so close. Let's start off with a bang next time. Because what we'll do is we'll just pipe this over. We're going to create a go routine. It's going to be like go func. And we're going to do... Well, wait, hold on. Here... Yeah, we're not going to do it here. We're gonna create an e-success, basically. All right, let's see. All right, let's see about this. I think we're going to have var SNI ALPN, which is going to be SNI ALPN. And then we're going to assign it there. To do pipe. All right. So that's going to be good. The one thing we're gonna have to figure out first, so we're gonna have to implement an API for this, and then we're gonna find out that the config file actually sucks. But I gotta go pee really bad. I mean, it's after 8 hours. It's really getting to the point where I gotta go. Okay, if error was not equal, do not terminate. All right, to do error log channel, error F. Ooh. Oh yeah. Okay, let's go look at goes errors.is or something like that. Okay, so okay, what's going on here is I'm a little confused. All right, what was it preferable to as? And then what was as? Path error. Hmm. Want to create errors with a custom string based on the exact conditions of the error, such as the name of the file being opened. How can I check If all right, is and as error F yes. Okay. E dot reason. Okay, so then how's the as work? I think this is an as situation. Okay, so is this not? Well, let's try this again. It said it was preferable. Okay, so as I don't, I'm missing it a little bit here. So we're going to create an error of that type. If error as. Oh, okay, I think I get it now. Okay, so okay, so you know, I can never figure out why it goes to these particular lines. So I haven't been using error as and error is. All right, so Okay, so all right, so here okay. So this one is all right. So here we got some other manner of failure. All right, so this is where we're going to be doing our piping and our TLS termination. And yeah, I'm kind of wondering this isn't almost all that we need. Maybe we don't need the API here because the JSON file is the API and we change the JSON file and then we start a new server and we kill this one. I don't know how exactly that would work, but maybe that's it, is we stop accepting new connections. Oh.
Meetup.
Canceled.
Oh, what time, honey, is it?
It's 7 right now.
Are you hungry?
I am, actually. And I've had to pee for the last 8 hours, but...
Huh?
And I've had to pee for the last 8 hours, but I'm almost done. Alright. It's gonna be time for dinner soon. Okay. Net. Okay, close. What was I gonna do? I was gonna close the listener. So when we close, we just stop accepting connections. There we go. All right. Okay, so we basically rewrote the whole thing. Wait, where is active ever used? Oh, it's not. All right, so here's the thing I want to figure out how to do. I don't want the overhead of a read calling a read. Maybe I can just cast the type back. Or is it the underlying type that calls it? I don't know. What I want to know is how... Okay, hold on. Let's see about this. Because there's already a buffer there, you know? Oh, really? Stop doing that. Really? Is this... Okay, what was the read from, though? I don't understand why we have read from. New reader. Was it read from or was it read from and then read into? Read to? From So the thing I don't want to do is I don't want every single read. This is kind of silly maybe, but I just don't want the overhead of the if every single read. I want to be able to say, well, let's see. Golang multi-reader. No. How to read multiple streams as a single stream in Go. Is this JavaScript? This is JavaScript. That's not what I want. Okay. Okay, here we go. I think this is going to be the way to go. Turn buffered con, new reader C. Or maybe not. Oh, let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Read, write message, but no peek, huh? I want a way to have this be zero cost in the sense that I read from it, yes, but then once I've discarded the bytes, like once I've piped those bytes through, then I can just continue the pipe without having to, well, maybe I can do that. Maybe I... Yeah, okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. I can get it caught up and then I can just attach the original. Okay, I don't know why I was, I don't know why I was overthinking it, because I'm me. Huh. But I think that's actually going to work for me. Yeah, I think what I do... How do I pipe a TCP connection in Go? I think I create the pipe, and then I just have a Go routine for the reader and the writer. I've done it before in the Talbot stuff. IO copy, there we go. So I think what I would do is I would pipe connections, and I did this in S-Client as well. Okay, dial the local connection. Yep, that's what we're going to do. And then, yeah. So this is essentially what we're going to do right here. Oh, interesting. Wait group. Okay, that makes sense. Is that necessary though? Do we need to have the wait group? Because can't we just say... Yeah, I guess we do. I guess we do need the wait group. Well, we don't really need a wait group. We just need one of them, because one of them can just stay going. So I wonder if there's any benefit to having both in the Go routine rather than just one and then the other one sitting. I guess it's pretty... Yeah, I think that's about right. I'll have to look at how I did it in S client too. But so what I should be able to do is write out the bytes that I buffered, then just do an io.copy on the original connection, and it should be fine. Okay, cool. So that's where we're going to pick up from next time. I am about to pee my pants, so I'm going to have to go. But catch you later. Adios.